to keep the voids inside the soil, because you're gonna flush the bacteria in a solution, and then you follow with a cementation solution. So you want these to go inside the voids under using surface percolation under gravity. Okay, if you compact the soil, you will decrease the voids, and the surface percolation might not work in a proper way. So the answer, you don't need to compact the soil. If you want to compact the soil to certain relative density, but keeping enough voids for the solution to go through without any problem, that will be better.
So, okay, no need to compact then, yeah?
You can compact it lightly, but not heavily,
Okay.
because we need to keep the voids for the solutions to go through. We need to keep high permeability for the solution to go through.
Okay, another question from Sumiati Gunawan. Is asking about is it safe for environment if urea and calcium chloride is used for a certain period of time? Is it safe or not?
It's the process itself. It's safe. Yes, we have a byproduct of ammonia, and that might be an issue for groundwater, if you're gonna use this groundwater as a drinking water. So you need, if you're gonna use this groundwater as a drinking water, you need to clean the water from the ammonia that will be produced from this solution. But based on my information and talking to our people here at Water Corporation is the water authority here in Australia. They said, if we're gonna use the groundwater table, if the groundwater as a drinking water, definitely we will clean the ammonia as part of the process of cleaning the drinking water. But if it's gonna be used for plantation or irrigation, it can be used as a fertilizer. So this ammonia actually will fertilize the soil rather than actually will fertilize the soil and fertilize the plantation rather than damage the soil. So it's only when you use it for drinking water, you have to clean it from the ammonia. And this is a common process that every water authority use in any country.
Okay, Mr. Sumiati, do you satisfy? I hope satisfied, yeah? Okay. Okay, the next question, Prof. Sahid, come from Ramir Joseph from Nigeria.
Mm.
In your study, soil under hot weather condition up to 50 degrees Celsius provided less UCS value. Does it mean that treatment isn't applicable in hot environmental? If yes, do you plan to conduct future studies on how to adapt his method approach in hot regions?
Yes, that's a good question as well. That was a concern actually for us about the biocementation, because it seems like, unless you have a good weather close to the room temperature, you wouldn't get the same UCS values at hot weather and even at cold weather, despite the fact that cold weather it works better than the hot weather. The solution for this actually is currently, we started last year to find, first of all, to find different bacteria that can actually survive and be active in hot weather and cold weather than the bacteria we used. But it didn't work as well. We tried many types of bacteria, but it didn't work. We had the same results. And now we're moving on, and instead of using the bacteria itself, is to use the enzyme. The main concept of using the bacteria is the bacteria itself has an enzyme inside it, and this enzyme inside it, when the bacteria will be fed by the cementation solution, the urea, the bacteria consume the urea as a food, and the urea react with the enzyme that is inside the bacteria to produce the carbonate. Okay, that's the main concept. And the carbonate will react chemically with the calcium chloride to produce the calcite. So what we did actually at the beginning, we tried to get the enzyme out of the bacteria using a centrifuge machine at Curtin University. And you need to grow the bacteria in millions and millions to be able to get enough enzyme from inside the bacteria. But the enzyme we were able to get out of the bacteria wasn't that much, and it didn't work honestly. And what we did actually at the moment, starting from last year, is to get an enzyme that is similar to the enzyme inside the bacteria, but we obtained that enzyme from the soybean. So we extracted enzyme from the soybean. We extracted that in-house at Curtin University. Similar enzyme to the enzyme inside the bacteria from the soybean. So now we don't have to even use the bacteria. We can use that enzyme extracted from the soybean, and this is very cheap. And then we can mix that enzyme with the cementation solution, calcium chloride and urea, with the soil as well. And in one go and in one mix, we can get up to 1 megapascal. This is not gonna be, in terms of the weather, this will be less susceptible to the weather conditions. So you can use this technique in hot weather, in cold weather, and even in normal weather, and you will get almost the same results. I have to be honest with you that I didn't yet try the new technique. It's called EICP, not MICP. MICP is microbial induced calcite precipitation. Microbial here because it's a bacteria. Now we use a technique called EICP, enzyme induced calcite precipitation. And this enzyme is not a bacteria enzyme. It's an enzyme similar to the enzyme in the bacteria, but we get it from the soybean. We used it at the room temperature so far. It worked well. With one mix, we can get 1 megapascal. Later on, we're gonna use it at hot temperature and at low temperature, but we don't actually, we expect to get the same results, because the problem with the bacteria is at low temperature and at very high temperature, the activity of the bacteria actually will be decreased, and it will not be able to produce enough calcite. But if you use the enzyme itself, it's not going to be affected by the activities. There's no bacteria here to say that the activity of the bacteria will be low or not. It's using the enzyme itself. So I'm actually expecting, despite the fact I didn't do any lab test, I'm expecting to get very similar results, and in hot weather and in cold weather compared to the room temperature.
Okay, very clear explanation, Professor. The next question is from Siti Nurlita from Solo. He's asking how effective the biocement stabilization if applied in the real infrastructure other than the project like marine environment, geothermal, and building material. Is there any other project is very good for to be used? I mean, this method to be used in that project.
What kind of projects you can use it anywhere. If you need soil stabilization, you can use it under any under foundations before you build the foundations. You can use it in road constructions, and you can use it in railway engineering. You can use it in marine environment. You can use it anywhere. What other projects you talking about? Are you talking about real projects that biocementation has been applied to? Is that, I didn't actually understand the question.
Okay.
It can be used anywhere, as long as you have a weak soil that you need to stabilize for any projects in civil engineering.
Meaning that this method can be used in any project.
Any projects that you need to stabilize the soil. It's similar to when you stabilize the soil, you usually use chemical stabilization by mixing the soil with cement to give it strength. You can use it at the same method as you use the Portland cement anywhere in any project. Okay. But it hasn't been used so far in real. If the question is actually, has this method been used in any projects in real conditions? No, it hasn't been applied to any project in the world until now, because we're in a process of developing the method itself, but hasn't been used commercially. It hasn't been used in any projects in the field at the moment.
Okay, relating to that question coming from Galuh Chris Maningwan, he's asking about the organic soil. What about this method to be used in organic soil? This is very good as well.
No, as I mentioned at the beginning in my presentation, I said all of our work is focused on sands. Okay. We tried the biocementation with clay, and it wasn't successful, unfortunately. So organic soil is one of the clay type. So I'm not expecting the this method to work well with organic soil. The reason is It has something related to the mineralogy of the clay. The mineralogy of the clay has an impact on getting good results, and this is something actually we're working on. Until now, we don't know why this technique is not working with the clay, any type of clay. But we're working on this, and no one in the world, by the way, all the teams working in the world, whether in the United States, in Europe, working in this area, they failed to stabilize any type of clay. It didn't work with any type of clay, and we are now actually speeding, and we competing to each other to know why this technique is not working with the clay. I'm expecting this to be related to the mineralogy, a chemical mineralogy of the clay, but this is something we need to investigate.
Okay, Prof. This is the last question from Hidayat.
Yeah.
Are there any criteria to select the most appropriate technique for treating unstable soil? Do you have any criteria for that? The best one?
Are you talking about the biocementation or any technique?
I know that this method. Is there any criteria for appropriate technique for? He's asking about treating unstable soil. I think relating to this method. Yeah.
There is what kind of criteria? Is no criteria. As I said, as long as you have weak soil for any projects, you can use the method and you stabilize the soil. But I'm talking here about the only criterion is the soil has to be sand.
Okay.
That's the only thing. Any kind of sand, you can treat it. Whether it's silica sand, calcareous sand, it doesn't matter. You can treat any type of sands, but you cannot treat any type of clay. That's the only criterion at the moment. But the method is actually applicable to any type of sand in any type of projects in civil engineering.
Okay, Professor Said, because the time is very limited, we have been half a minute. So actually, I have some question for you
Sure.
regarding like the humidity and the cost and many other questions. So actually, maybe we can. I'm asking maybe next time.
Sure. I'll be more than happy actually to visit Indonesia when when the conference will be held in Indonesia again. I was actually I wished if I could visit face to face, but unfortunately because of the pandemic.
When I was studying there 10 years ago, actually there is no centrifuge device in Curtin at that time.
Yeah, but we have now. We have centrifuge. We have a very up-to-date microbiology lab. It's a big lab now.
Really?
Yeah, it's a whole section inside our lab actually is specified for microbiology type of things for these kind of soil treatment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Sahin. For ladies and gentlemen, our participants, if you have the question, you can directly contact to Professor Sahin, maybe by email, maybe.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you very much for Prof. Sahin and for all participants. Please applause for Prof. Sahin. Thank you very much, Prof. Sahin.
Thank you.
See you again next time.
See you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard about the presentation of Prof. Sahin, and then the time I give back to MC, Mr. Yusuf Kurniawan. Time is yours, Mr. Yusuf.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Muslik. Thank you very much, Professor Sahin, for the wonderful presentation of the first keynote speech. All right, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move on to the second part of the keynote speech. In the second keynote speech, we are going to listen to the presentation delivered by Budi Yulianto, PhD, as the keynote speaker. And this session is going to be chaired by Ari Setiawan, PhD. So, Ari, would you please get prepared? Meanwhile, I'm going to present the CVs of both the speakers and the moderator. Okay, I will begin presenting
Budi Yulianto PhD first. Budi Yulianto PhD has spent more than 18 years experience in transport modeling, traffic simulation, intelligent transport system, traffic signal control, public transport, freight transport, and sustainable urban transportation. Extensive experience both in consultancy and research projects, national and international, with wide range of tasks such as transport planner, transport modeler, analysis, auditing, and management. Budi Yulianto achieved his bachelor degree in engineering in civil engineering from 11 Maret University, and then he accomplished his master degree in civil engineering from the University of Birmingham, the United Kingdom. And then he accomplished his doctoral degree in the same field of study from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, the United Kingdom. And even more, he has got some awards, such as Smith Prize winner on the university's Transport Study Group, UTSG, the 5th annual conference on 6 to 8 January 2003 in Loughborough, the United Kingdom, with the paper title, Application of Fuzzy Logic to Traffic Signal Control under Mixed Traffic Conditions. And then please allow me to present the next CVs belonging to Insinyur Ari Setiawan, MSc Engineering, PhD. He is an associate professor and become the head of civil engineering postgraduate program in 11 Maret University, Indonesia, and has supervised 7 PhD students and more than 100 students from Indonesia and abroad. He accomplished his bachelor degree in civil engineering from the Faculty of Engineering of 11 Maret University. And then his master degree was accomplished in science engineering from the Institute for Transport Studies, Leeds University, the United Kingdom. And then from the same university, he accomplished his doctoral degree program. He has expertise in road materials, road infrastructure, and road rehabilitation and maintenance, and also environment. Please welcome Pak Ari Setiawan, PhD. Now the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. I don't think that someone already introduced you, my dear Master of Ceremony. Actually, Mr. Yusuf is also graduated from Leeds University, United Kingdom. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for still with us in this morning. It is my pleasure to accompany my dear colleague, Dr. Budi Yulianto, to give the presentations today. It looks like that it is not unconditional. I mean, the MC is from UK, the presenter from UK, as well as the moderator from UK. We hope that England will be the winner in this Euro 2021. Okay, I'm sorry, it's a bit relaxed. Fine. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues from all over the world. Dr. Budi Yulianto will present his current research in adaptive traffic signal control based on artificial intelligence case mixed traffic. Maybe some of the case also from Solo, those of this conference. Okay, I think I will be no more longer to deliver his speech. So please welcome Dr. Budi Yulianto.
Thank you very much, Pak Ari. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Greeting from Solo Hadiningrat with sunny days. I hope everyone is healthy and happy always. And today I would like to present my research on the application of adaptive traffic signal control based on artificial intelligence case study in mixed traffic. Okay, I will present my slide. Okay. Yes. So intersection is represent one of the key elements in a transport network, as they are the pinch point where delay, accident, and emission tend to be concentrated. A junction can be described as an intersection between conflicting traffic streams. Traffic signal control is a measure that is commonly used at road intersection to minimize vehicular delay and also in some cases pedestrian delays. This is depend on the policy of the city, which one is the best in terms of controlling in delay in terms of vehicle or pedestrian. Traffic signal control at road intersection allow vehicle movement to be controlled by allocating time interval during which separate traffic demand from each approach to the intersection can make use of the available road space. As you can see on this picture, there is a different case between mixed traffic and non-mixed traffic. In this case, what I say mixed traffic is most in developing country, where in developing country, how the people behave in intersection is quite different with non-mixed traffic in developing country. Developing country is very, very unique. So the traffic signal control is commonly used at intersection to minimize vehicular delay and accident. Has three types. The first is fixed time control. The second, vehicle activated control. The third is adaptive traffic signal control. The most common traffic signal control in the world, especially in developing country or especially in Indonesia, is the fixed time control. The fixed time control, the duration of green split, cycle time, and state sequence are fixed. The signal parameters are calculated based on the average number of vehicles per hour that pass through the intersection, usually during rush hour condition. So how to calculate the green time and cycle time for the fixed time? Usually the surveyor collect every 15 minutes of the fluctuation of traffic flow, and then they choose a 1 hour, which one is the busy. And then based on the 1 hour traffic flow, they will use it as for the base for calculation of the green time and cycle time. The fixed time control perform well under condition of constant traffic flow. And then the problem with fixed time is that it cannot accommodate high traffic flow fluctuation. This will create excessive vehicle delay, as well as the traffic condition when it is quiet. This is common in Indonesia, especially at night. Even there is no car, there is no motorcycle, the light is still red, green, red, green. Even there is no vehicle on those intersections. The second is vehicle activated control. It has ability to extend the length of green time for a particular stage. Stage having right way mean based on traffic demand as registered by vehicle activated detector on the intersection approach. With this method, the green time duration is set based on the extension time and time gap between two consecutive vehicles that pass through the detector, which is at the certain distance from the stop line as far as B meter. There are three parameters required by the vehicle activated control extension principle, namely minimum green time, extension time, maximum green time. For the vehicle activated control, this is much better than, more demand responsive than the fixed time. It is depend on the detector. How it works? The first, when the signal green, the vehicle will get minimum green time, approximately 7 seconds, and then the green time will be extended depend on the cut time on the ground. The cut time is the time between the first vehicle and then the next vehicle. The green time will be extended if the cut time less than extended time, which is the number default number. And then if the gap time is higher than the default number of extension time, so the green time will be stopped before the maximum green time reached. The third, if the gap time less than extended time until maximum the green time, so the green time will be stopped. The performance of a vehicle activated control, it is more effective than fixed time control in fluctuation condition, but in heavy traffic condition, the performance is poor. It is because in vehicle traffic condition, the gap time tends to be very short, so that the green time is extended to the maximum value. This causes the vehicle activated control not to be adaptive and with long cycle time. Apart from that, the vehicle activated control strategy has limitation because they only focus on states having green. They do not take into account the traffic demand on the states having red. For example, on this picture that I played, so the vehicle will move and then they will extend the green time based on the states having right. They do not take into account the condition on the approach having red. So this is the problem, because when they extend the green time, the other approach also create the queue, and this cause this controller do not perform perfectly. The third is adaptive traffic signal control. This is improvement from vehicle activated control, which is the aim to maintain optimum traffic flow automatically by adjusting controller parameter, cycle time, green split, and state sequence according to the demand of changing traffic conditions. The optimization process adopted by MOVA is to balance between states having green and states having red. So when they give extension the green time, they will see how many vehicles will queue on the other approach. So they try to balance it. Then the controller, how to decide the green time based on the data on the ground, namely count and present. So it means if the number of vehicles is higher, so ideally that the green time will be longer. For the case for network traffic signal control, there are two types controller. The first is SCOOT. It is an online program to calculate signal plan and monitor traffic flow continuously in real time from detector in on the field. This is for network, not only isolated. What I mentioned before, especially for vehicle activated control, and MOVA is special for isolated control. But this SCOOT is for the network. The detector are installed in each lane of the road to record flow and occupancy. The performance of SCOOT affected by the data obtained from the detector. The optimization procedure include split optimizer, the offset optimizer, and the cycle time optimizer. And then the second is SCAT. This is completely the same concept with the SCOOT, and also they use input data, flow, and occupancy. They have the same procedure: split optimizer, offset optimizer, and the cycle time optimizer. The only difference is the location of the detector. For the SCAT, they put on before the stop line, but for the SCOOT is the beginning of when they enter the approach. So most of demand response is based on non-mixed traffic. As you can see on this ground, that all exists the traffic condition in non-mixed traffic. This is only considering a car where they move clearly defined in lanes and neglected motorcycle. Especially they work as a lane-based operation. So as you can see how the queue build is very, very neat. It is different with a mixed traffic condition. It's very unique, where the traffic composition in the roadway is heterogeneous, consisting different vehicle type, and especially high proportion of motorcycle. And due to a lack of lane discipline, queue at intersection are based on optimum road space utilization, which means vehicle may occupy any position across the roads based on the space available. This is completely different with non-mixed traffic. So if you can see the traffic in Solo, you can see how they build the queue, how they stop during the red time. It is completely depend on the driver. They will go wherever they want. As long as there is space, so they will occupy. Lesson to learn. There are some city apply demand responsive, especially for vehicle active control like Makassar, Jogja, and Solo. But the performance of this controller is not effective, efficient because of the condition of mixed traffic. So based on this condition, therefore, we need to define and we need to doing research how to develop traffic signal control, especially for mixed traffic. Because of the complexity of finding the optimum signal setting parameter using conventional mathematical model, therefore research have applied artificial intelligence technique to address the problem such as fuzzy logic, genetic algorithm, and also neural network and others. Why we use fuzzy logic? Well, this is because our fuzzy logic it is adequate for qualitative modeling of complex systems, which are not easy to solve using conventional mathematical model. The controller use fuzzy rule-based if-then rule, which is easy to develop and modify instead of using complex conventional mathematical model. And then the controller can operate on large range of input since different set of fuzzy rule can be applied to them. So the objective of my research is to develop an adaptive traffic signal control based on fuzzy logic for isolated intersection with reference to mixed traffic in developing country called fuzzy logic traffic signal control. This research I use a Visin micro simulation model to develop a fuzzy logic traffic signal control and also to evaluate the performance of a controller against other controller. The idea in Visin, there are two programs. The first is traffic flow model, which is generate the traffic, and then from the traffic, they will inform the traffic parameter, and detector will collect it, and then they will send it to fuzzy logic module. In this case, fuzzy logic module are built inside the Visin by using vehicle actuated programming, and then from the fuzzy logic module, they will create the output, and then the output will give it to signal control program to produce the green switch, and the green switch will be come back to the traffic flow, and then the traffic flow will update the green switch, and then produce the parameter traffic flow, and then come back to detector, etc., etc. Until at the end of the simulation period, we will get the output average delay, and then we can see what is the performance of the fuzzy logic control. The reference and the current reference in terms of fuzzy logic traffic signal control mostly using input variable like number of vehicle arriving at the arm with right of way, queue, also based on the vehicle, and the next, the quantity of traffic on arrival side during green signal and red signal. This is based on the number of vehicle, and also others using a number of vehicle, and also this one is using the count and occupancy for the input of the controller. As you can see on this figure, we can see that in non-mixed traffic is very clearly defined vehicle, and the input data like number of vehicle count, queue length in terms of vehicle, headway atau time gap between vehicle, it is suitable for representing the traffic condition in non-mixed traffic. But in mixed traffic, I doubt it. In mixed traffic, I doubt if we can use those input data because, as I said before, how the traffic built is not, based on lane operation. They mix up even when the green time or the red time. So in this case, I propose to using maximum queue length in terms of meter rather than the number of vehicle, and maximum queue length we collect during red time, and during the green time we collect average occupancy rate. This is a percentage of time occupied by vehicle. And I choose this because this is more relevant for non-mixed traffic. This is the position of the detector. For the average occupancy, we put detector in front of the stop line, and then they will collect the input data during the green time, and then for maximum queue length, we will calculate during the red time, and we use the vehicle image processing. This is this detector is very good how to collect the queue length every second in terms of meter, and then suitable for mixed traffic. And this is the engine of the fuzzy traffic signal control, fuzzy module. The fuzzy module consists of fuzzifying input, and then goes to fuzzy inference, rule based, and then from rule based we'll produce the output, and then from the output we will get the green time based on the conventional calculation. In fuzzy logic, we need membership function. Membership function used for input and output fuzzy logic. The type of membership function are triangular and trapezoidal. This is due to the computational efficiency. And the configuration of the membership function can be done by two types. We can determine using a common sense and expert observation of the system, which is the shape is tuned by studying the performance of the control under various conditions. The goal is to improve the performance of the controller. And then the second way is the shape of membership function is adjusted automatically by using genetic algorithm. But in my study, I prefer to use the common sense and then doing fine tune in order to find the best performance. In this case, for input data maximum queue length, I use four membership function: low, medium, high, and very high. For the input, second input, average occupancy rate, low, medium, high, and very high. While for the output, I use weight. It has 7 membership function from very low until very high. The correct choice of membership function of fuzzy set plays an essential role in the success of the application. The second is fuzzy rule base. Fuzzy rule base is the basic function of fuzzy rule base is to represent the expert knowledge in a form of if-then rule structure. The fuzzy rule base is a set of fuzzy rule. It maps the combination of the fuzzy input to the fuzzy output. So in this case, I have 4 membership function for input maximum queue length and input occupancy rate, and then from the combination, we have 16 fuzzy rule. And then 16 fuzzy rule, we will get the output of mentioned in the metric. For example, this is rule 9. The rule 9 say if maximum queue length is high and average occupancy is low, then weight is medium. So as you can see in the metric, if this is the queue length, if maximum queue length high and occupancy rate is low, then weight is medium. That as simple as fuzzy rule which I create. And then the next step is the fuzzy inference. Fuzzy inference evaluate control rule stored in the fuzzy rule base. It has 3 steps, namely rule firing strength, fuzzy implication, and rule aggregation. We use Mamdani and Asilian fuzzy rule base because it is computational simplicity and efficient. Rule firing strength, if the antecedent of a given rule has more than one part, the fuzzy operator is applied to obtain one number that represents the result of the antecedent for the rule. The input to the fuzzy operator is 2 or more membership function value from fuzzified input variable, and the output of a single truth value called varying strength. So for example, here we have 16 fuzzy rule base, yeah, and then we interpretation like this picture. For example, this is only 3, and then we have input maximum queue length 10, average occupancy rate 65, and then we do the fuzzification, and then we will get the number of each membership function. We have 2 membership function from we have the value from the input 1 in input 2, and then we only collect 1. We use a minimum, so the lowest value we will use, and then they will proceed to the next step, namely implication. Fuzzy implication process will reshape the fuzzy set in the rule consequent part of by the rule firing strength. So we will truncate it, and then the next is the process rule aggregation. The rule aggregation process, which is the process by which the fuzzy set that represent output of each rule are combined into single fuzzy set. And then the input of rule aggregation process is the list of clips fuzzy set created by fuzzy implication process for each rule. And the output of the rule aggregation process is one fuzzy set for each output variable. In this case, I use a maximum, so this is the combination of each implication of each truncate membership function for all fuzzy rule. And then the next step is diffusification. Diffusification process is to produce the real value from fuzzy rule. In this case, namely weight. So for this research, I compare fuzzy logic traffic signal control with fixed time control and vehicle activated control. In this case, fixed time control, I use Indonesian highway capacity manual, and then the next is using a vehicle activated control, and then this is fuzzy logic traffic signal control. I developed also in VSIM. I mean, 3 of the controller developed in VSIM, the same way, the same traffic, the same behavior, etc. And also the micro simulation have to be calibrated and validated. And I did some case. I make some differences. In this case, the traffic flow is constant but a different value. And then we can see this is the result of the research. As you can see that fixed time is better than vehicle activated control in terms of traffic flow in constant. But but for the physiologic traffic signal control is better than the other. The second scenario is traffic flow is vary. As you can see here, that a vehicle activated control is more demand responsive and much better than a fixed time. But when they have the case with a very heavy traffic, vehicle activated control is worse than fixed time. But for physiologic traffic signal control in this case is in overall much better than fixed time and vehicle activated control, because physiologic traffic signal control adapt the same way like MOVA, which is try to balance the condition when the traffic in having state when states having red and having green. So this is the template. This is the simulation. This is for the fixed time, and I make it quick. And this is for the vehicle activated control. In this case, I use heavy traffic. As you can see, that the green time always reach maximum, and then it will create the delay quite high. And then this is for physiologic, because the physiologic try to make it smaller cycle time. They try to optimize, and then this based on the traffic, they will produce green time efficiently, depend on the traffic condition on the ground. So the conclusion that the proposed physiologic traffic signal program has been developed using VAP value and mid-vision, and the simulation result indicate that the performance of the physiologic traffic signal control is generally better than fixed time and vehicle activated control in terms of average delay of vehicle, especially in case of time varying traffic condition. And for the next research, it will be necessary to evaluate the level of traffic entering the approach at regular interval to reset the maximum value of total green time in cycle to improve the physiologic traffic signal performance. And also we can put genetic algorithm to optimize the membership function. And then the last is we can enlarge this program to apply and the network more bigger network like more intersection, 3 intersection or in terms of network. So I think enough for me to present my research, and I hope we can discuss, and I hope my presentation give you some idea on beneficial, because until now there is no signal control product which can be used in mixed traffic effective efficiency. There are some, but developed based on developed country, which is I think is not relevant in mixed traffic. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much. What an interesting presentation, Dr. Budi Yulianto. And don't worry, we already have some question for you. Okay, I think we start with the first question. It's come from Mr. Adityo B. Utomo. Mr. Adityo, yeah. Yeah, maybe Dr. Budi can also see from the chat room, yeah. His question is about how to determine the minimum stop distance value in traffic lights, yeah, with some variable for consideration, such as the vehicle starting, the speed, the braking time, braking distance, side obstacles, and also intersection density level. Okay, on the first question, please, Dr. Budi.
Okay, thank you. So in this case, I use the vision micro simulation. So we will define all the parameter on vision simulation program. So there are some default value applied on the vision, and then some of them we what we adopted based on the traffic condition in Indonesia. But as you can see, when we use the fishing micro simulation, there are some point that we cannot, we cannot just only what we change, because basically fishing traffic simulation is especially for non-land-based operation, but it can be used in mixed traffic. There are some parameter I adjust. If you ask about the minimum stop distance value, this is I use the default value from fishing model, because in fishing model there are two what we call it, two engine, like car following model and lane change model. So I do not change the parameter on those engine. I hope you you understand what I'm saying, and then if you want to discuss more, because this is related with micro simulation rather than related with the physiologic traffic signal control, you can contact me individually so we can discuss more detail about how we model mixed traffic using fishing model.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Budi. As we know that, I think he is one of the FISIM, yeah. I think the certified FISIM. What maybe you can explain yourself, Dr. Budi. I think maybe some of the audience here will be interested in how to model his research using FISIM. You can talk a bit about your ability. Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually the certified fishing micro simulation model fishing from PTV. If someone or others, I mean, for the audience want to learn, discuss about fishing, I will be glad we can share the knowledge about it. Because fishing, I think, is one of the best micro simulation, can be used for mixed traffic, but there are some limitations. How to change the parameter, and how, for example, on the second question from Kramer. Hello, Joseph. How are you doing? I hope everything okay.
Yeah,
we talk about the traffic behavior, like
interesting.
How to make compliant, uncompliant driver. There are some way we can do it, but it is not same as on the ground, Ramir. Yeah. Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
If you can ask more, you can ask.
Yeah, the second one is from Joseph. I think, Joe, I think you can ask directly. I want to hear your voice.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity, Budi. It's always, interesting to hear from you. So my question is this. So as you certainly know, we've done some things together, like the success of most traffic optimization of innovations really depends on the behavior, of road users. So for compliance on the field, how do you actually plan to engineer their behavior so that they can comply to this, your innovation?
Yeah, the idea of my logic is about how we use the input data. Comply, uncomply, it's happened in mixed traffic. Yeah. So in this case, I assume that when I choose the maximum queue length based on the length, it's all is. I think this already take into account the comply and uncomply. This is my
okay. I get your assumption.
Because there are so many
variables,
uncomplying style, like what's happened in Bandung when they apply SCAD, demand responsive in network like SCAD, they failed because one of the problem, because of lack of lane discipline and uncompliant vehicle for the traffic signal control, like angkot. Because when they stop in the middle of the road, what can we do? But the idea, if you talk about the comply and uncomply, it's very simple. we have to do law enforcement. Yeah, we already have ETLE, electronic law enforcement. So if someone, become uncompliant, so we can record it, and then tomorrow they will get the fine. The fine is very high now.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, Pak Budi,
Okay.
thank you very much
Thank
for your
you very
answer.
much.
Okay, yeah, thank you too for your nice questions. And I think Solo, I just introduced Solo, is one city in Indonesia who already adopted the electric traffic law enforcement. And Dr. Budi also one of the experts who have the close in practice with the Department of Transport in Kota Solo or Surakarta. Okay, I think we still are waiting for some questions, but before the question come from the audience, maybe we just a bit, Pak Budi could a bit introduce about Kota Solo with, I think now the public transport is maybe #1 in Indonesia, if I can tell the public about that. Maybe, and you are the part of these developments. Maybe you can tell us the audience about that.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ari. Yeah, I think one of the the successful of Kota Solo is how we implement public transport. What we call it Batik Solo Tran. The process is not easy. It takes a long process. We start from 2009. Why we want to build public transport? Because Solo City want to provide, the policy of Solo City is move people, not car. So focus on the development of public transport. And recently, we already have 10 corridor. 10 corridor consists of 2 modes. One is based on bus, and the second is a feeder. So between feeder and bus is integrated between each other. So it can, accommodate the Solo people travel. One of the most challenge is that we develop the contraflow bus lane on the Jalan Slamet Riyadi. And then, yes, for the next step, to improve the performance of the Batik Solo Tran, especially for especially on the main road in Brigjen Slamet Riyadi, we try to develop demand responsive traffic signal control specifically for bus. We call it bus priority traffic signal control. I think this is also the challenging project that we can improve the performance of intersection in Kota Solo. I think that's it, Mari.
Okay, Pak Budi, thank you very much. I think this is your contributions to make Solo just like the city in Europe or another developed countries. We are still waiting the questions, but while waiting, maybe Pak Budi also can tell how this artificial intelligence can contribute into the Solo to be in the smart city. Maybe I think it looks like that it will be contribute to the smart city in Solo or maybe another cities in Indonesia or from the world. Please, maybe you have an idea, you have a vision about that.
Yeah, I think and for the next year, we will focus on artificial intelligence because it's very effective and efficient. All of the product based on the computation and technology, etc. Especially for the transportation, we have to move forward to intelligent transport system. So we have to improve the transport facility not only on the public transport but all sector. Yeah, and about the what we call it as there are some way like how we create the information system integration between one mode to another mode and etc. I think we have to move to the next step if we want to become the 4.0 industry. We talk about artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence is focused on optimization automatically, not based on the human.
Yes, I'm cannot say more agreeing that your opinions. But I think now is the problem in Indonesia, especially in Solo, maybe even Solo is like the spirit of Java, yeah, city with the culture and everything. It is still a problem with the behavior of the human behavior as well as how the trafficking. What do you think about that? What the first thing we could do? How to educate the people or introduce the technology? Which one is from your opinion?
Yeah, I think what happened in Indonesia, especially in Solo city is already apply ETLE, electronic law enforcement. This is by using the technology. I think the technology is very simple. I already mentioned it a long time ago in 2010 when I come back to Indonesia. But the problem, how to apply this technology is not easy because we have to talk about how we have to make the law. I mean, kita harus membuat undang-undang. We have to make regulation first before we apply the technology. But now it's already set, and Solo we already have ETLE, and ETLE is very effective, efficient, and we want to put the law enforcement in front of everything. So I think if someone, for me, I do uncompliant in intersection, doing a wrong thing, so the ETLE will find my mistake, and then they will come to me. You have to pay 1 million for my mistake, and then, well, I will change my behavior. That's it. This is for our transportation, because this is what happened in London and many countries. Like in London, they have a special bus lane. If someone, for example, motorized or car, use those bus lane, so they will catch by the system, and then tomorrow they will get the fine, and then they have to pay. And now I think there are not many people doing silly thing like that because the law enforcement is very strong. So my opinion, whatever we do in management transportation, if there is no law enforcement, it's nothing. Even in what Remir said about the uncompliant, driver. If there is no law enforcement, there is nothing. I mean, make the system not work properly.
Yeah, I got your point, Pak Budi. So whatever the sophisticated the technology is, come to the human, come to the people with only can be done by the regulation, such kind of law enforcement. But actually, in the law enforcement, actually is not like ETLE. It doesn't want to ask people to pay, but it will ask people to not to obey the rule. I think that's the point. And the important thing is about the change from like kind of the developing country like Indonesia to be a developing country, because I think your technology is already applied in somewhere else, in UK, for example. As you know that Pak Budi are also the expert not only nationally but also internationally. So thank you very much. It's not polite for me not to open my face so you can see my face properly. Thank you very much, Pak Budi.
Thank you very much.
Applause, and I will give the time to my dear Master of Ceremony, Mr. Yusuf Kurniawan. Thank you very much and good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Ari and Dr. Budi. You have already delivered the second speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are still highly enthusiastic in participating at today's conference. And now it is time to move on to the last or final keynote speaker. The last keynote speaker is going to be Yusron Saadi, PhD. And this session is going to be chaired by Retno Utami, PhD. So the moderator, would you please get prepared? Meanwhile, I'm going to present the curriculum vitae of the keynote speaker and the moderator first. Okay, first about Yusron Saadi. Since 1994 to the present time, he is a senior lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering of University Mataram, Mataram University, West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, since 2018 to present. He is also the Vice Rector for Planning, Collaboration, and Information System of University of Mataram, West Nusa Tenggara. And then since 2018 to December 2018, he was the head of International Affairs Office of Mataram University, West Nusa Tenggara. He achieved his bachelor degree in civil engineering from the University of Mataram, Indonesia. And then he achieved his master degree in civil engineering from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, the United Kingdom. And then his doctoral degree was obtained from UK too, but from different university. He achieved his civil engineering doctoral degree program from the University of Sheffield. He has some interests. Some of them are sediment transport mechanism, integrated water resources management, hydraulic engineering, and hydropower technology. Now, please allow me to present the curriculum vitae of the moderator, Retno Utami Agung Wiono, ST Master of Engineering, PhD. He pursued the Bachelor of Engineering in Marine Engineering from the Institute of Technology, Bandung. She achieved her master degree in civil engineering from the Yokohama National University. And then she also achieved the doctoral degree program from the same university in urban innovation. He has many expertise, namely beach technique, port planning, scientific writing techniques, fluid mechanics, hydraulics, tsunami prediction and mitigation, beach building planning, publication, disaster management, climate change and drought assessment, report writing, and hydraulic practicum. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to have the last keynote speech. Now, please welcome Ibu Retno Utami Agung Wiono. Now the stage is yours to invite the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of 11 Maret University, Vice Rector of University of Mataram, distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, participants, scientific and organizing committee, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. In this session, we will listen and discuss a study entitled Incorporating Cultural Attributes into Disaster Risk Reduction Based Development Plans in Indonesia by Mr. Yusron Saadi, PhD, Vice Rector for Planning, Collaboration, and Information System, University of Mataram. Myself, my name is Retno Utami Agung Wiono. I'm a lecturer from University of Jember. Okay, Mr. Yusron Saadi, PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Retno. Can the host allow me to share screen, please? So I can change the from slide to slide freely. Okay, thank you. Okay, so anybody can see the slide now?
Yes, you can see it clearly.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present my opinion actually entitled Incorporating Cultural Attributes into Disaster Risk Reduction Based Development Plan in Indonesia. Unlike the previous keynote speakers, which are very technical, this is relatively a theoretical based approach rather than technical one. So I'll continue to my presentation. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will present a brief introduction, some definition and maybe facts files about the disasters in Indonesia. And in the disaster management, also a brief definition, government duties in disaster management, and I will be talking about disaster management cycles. In the proposed concept, I will try to propose a concept which normally we can see it is applied in
Oh, I'm sorry. I think the connection is off. We will wait. He will come back soon, I think. Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Yusron Saadi from Center for Disaster Risk Management, University of Mataram. I would like to present my presentation entitled Incorporating Cultural Attributes into Disaster Risk Reduction Based Development Plans in Indonesia. Here is my outline, the outline of the presentation. Well, you all may know that Indonesia known as disaster prone archipelago because it is lies within the ring of fire, and Indonesia also well known as the disaster laboratory. This is the fact and file about the disaster last year. It's almost 3,000 disaster, and most of them are hydrometeorological disaster. Disaster management is a science that studies disasters, including. Excuse me, Bu Retno, especially disaster risk.
Yes, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
This is my recorded for parallel presentation. So I would like to use my original.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are sorry because the connection has problems, so it's.
Okay.
Okay, please.
Okay. Can I continue now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. So we understand that Indonesia is well known as a disaster-prone archipelago because it is lies within the ring of fire. And that's why Indonesia is called the disaster laboratory, because many natural hazards occurred in this country. Kenapa enggak mau dia? Okay, I think again there is a problem here. Okay. Well, this is a fact file adopted from BNPB, National Agency for Disaster Management, BNPB. last year we experienced almost 3,000 disaster, but most of them are hydrometeorological disaster like drought, flooding, landslide, etc. So that is why Indonesia is also well known as disaster laboratory, and this is a challenge for us to do something about it. The problem we face that from the social aspect, the high frequency of disaster does not necessarily raise interest to conduct studies. And this is a challenge for us from people, especially university background. We can do some research about it maybe in the future. Well, this is some brief definition about the disaster. Actually, in the Indonesia State Gazette, it is said that disaster management or DM is a science that studies disaster, including all related aspects, especially disaster risk and prevention of the disasters. So this is really challenging. As I mentioned the previous spec file, we need to do something about it, and especially in terms of disaster risk reduction. So I underline one of the responsibilities of the government in implementing disaster risk management is we have to reduce the disaster risk and should integrate it with the development program. I understand that there is like we call it musrenbang or MPBM, musyawarah pembangunan berbasis masyarakat, but I think that's not enough. Yeah, that's not enough. We need to accommodate local attribute, local experience to establish or to obtain a good document in our development plan. Of course, there are many government policies or legal products that regulate the implementation of disaster management. This is we can see in the government working plan in 2007, which is promised through presidential decree number 19 of 2006, where disaster mitigation and management has become one of the national development priorities. This is a good sign of new development in terms of how we recognize the disaster we have here in our country. And when we are talking about disaster management, there is what we call the disaster management cycle. It consists of 4 quadrants. This is I quote from Dr. Setianto paper in Bahasa Indonesia, and I communicate with him. I try to translate it and give me permission to input it in this presentation. I'll give a brief explanation of this cycle. If steps or activities have been taken during the prevention and mitigation and preparedness phase, and disaster occurs here, then the emergency response phase has started and continued with post-emergency phase before returning to the prevention and mitigation phase. And during this the prevention and mitigation phase, it is necessary to deal with the possibility of future disaster and should be interpreted as the prevention and mitigation phase in the next disaster management cycle. So it's kind of like repeated action, repeated occurrences, repeated anticipation for us. Well, we have to understand that a disaster, because of it has a sometimes different characteristic, it is always considered as new experience and something unprecedented. And the problem, yeah, it's not become a collective knowledge. Yeah, it's not become a collective knowledge and experience, so that it has not been integrated in life and social policy. Soon as the disasters finish, we already forget it. So when the disaster struck again, we find it as a new experience. We are very difficult to learn from the previous one. And the other thing about disaster management is how to prepare a disaster risk map. But the problem is the lack of standardization in the preparation resulted in the production of various types of disaster risk map. So there are many times that we can we can see two different kind of map. In fact, they are describing one single case, one single location, and one single hazard. But sometimes because of the lack of standardization, so we can have various types of disaster risk map, and this is confusing, especially for people with less knowledge on technical thing about the disaster. So that means fundamental understanding of the concept of disaster becomes a strong basis in mapping disaster risk. And the disaster risk can be in the form of threat maps, vulnerability maps, capacity maps. Here some clue about how to produce a comprehensive disaster risk map. So primary and secondary data collection is very important before we configure the spatial profile of the location on the type of disaster. We have to understand the geography, geology, hydrology, climate, and environment. We also have to accommodate social culture profile, infrastructure profile, and institutional profile. From this series of activities, we finally can produce hazard map, vulnerability map, capacity map, and then hopefully we can get a comprehensive disaster risk map. What about cultural attributes? Here I will describe some example of how cultural attributes can be a barrier or can be a strong point in government policies. The problem normally, the perspective in disaster management is often perceived the opposite way by the community in the location of disasters. For example, in the slope of Mount Merapi in Central Java Province, the government has been in a long persuasion to transmigrate villages to one of the island Indonesia, because Merapi is one of the very active volcanoes in the world. So government tried to persuade people to transmigrate them into one of the island Indonesia. But the element of rejection appear within their community. Maybe nobody want to go to leave their say homeland, say their because of there is a strong connection with the place we are living for generation. So the element of rejection appear within the community who decided to stay put on the slope of volcano, adjusting themselves to the dangers based on local knowledge system in the form of direct monitoring by themselves and storytelling of hereditary myths about volcanic activities. So the grandparents tell their children and tell their grandchildren about the myth of the volcano, about the activities of the volcano. From economic aspect, when the government set the exclusion zone because it is very dangerous area, the community sees as very controversial. Why? Because for people living in the area, they will lose their income because no activities, no business activities, no trading, no economic activities allowed to be carried out in the area. It is something very difficult that government and the community have different perspective. The other one is local people believe that natural disasters not a symptom of nature. So they view and impose natural hazard as well as all natural symptom as a natural one or normal as possible within the framework of their diverse cultural cosmology. This is we can find in the indigenous Minangkabau. So it is quite difficult for government. Some people view earthquakes as entirely natural event that are scientifically understandable, but others view the hazard as divine interference with human life, so that they can only be understood in religious discourse as a test or punishment. A punishment from the God Almighty. They said that it is the punishment. So, from the previous example, sociocultural diversity in Indonesia affect the perception toward natural disasters, the impacts or victim cause, and post-disaster management. When dealing with disasters, people used to embrace and adopt the belief of fatalism, that nothing can be done against disasters. People must live with disasters and accept disasters as they are. This is a very understandable, especially in the area where most of the people are low educated people. But we can do things like that. So nowadays, we try to loss of life and property with measurable pre-disaster prevention in line with disaster management. Another example, good example of local attribute, cultural attribute, is in the North Lombok district. Deliberately cutting down a tree will be severely punished in the form of paying a fine of 1 buffalo. 1 buffalo is very expensive. So if somebody intensely cut down a tree, they will be punished. And it is from generation to the generation. And this is very good example in terms of preserve in terms of to preserve the nature. So all hereditary custom in the form of local wisdom must be interpreted by the government as a form of community support. Yeah, so government doesn't have to think themselves as a expert, but local wisdom, which is very good with long tradition from generation to generation, is a very valuable things to be adopted. So this is why we need to understand the cultural system. I really underline this one, that local wisdom should be accommodated by the government when planning infrastructure development. So the knowledge of the history is very important. I give one example here in the picture in the bottom right corner. There is a blue line. This is example from New Zealand. This is what is called a blue line. This blue line is a sign so that people can see where the dangerous area and when the safe area. So when the tsunami struck, they know how to make a mitigation plan, where to go, and so on. This is a very good example, the collaboration between government and community. And this approach is, I think we can do it here in our country. This is also a very good example, very simple one, but this is already known from centuries ago in the Western country. When the flooding struck, people marking the flooding level in their walls or any surviving infrastructures, so they can see, they can remember the flood in one time occurred with the level of the marking. Because when we are talking about the method to calculate flooding, the hydrograph, sometimes we get its underestimate, or so many times we get overestimate. But with the control of this approach, we can see that our calculation underestimated or overestimated. So I'll try to propose a concept here based on the my experience training in other countries, following example in the developed countries. So I underline that government should not feel right on its own and ignore the values and norms within the community. Technocratic action, to me, if it is supported by local wisdom, will confirm that the community development in the framework of mitigation and social development is based on high cohesion. Well, why I propose this concept? Because from my experience, countries with advanced knowledge in disaster management prepare the development planning based on the need for reducing risk and emergency management plans. And experiences show that Indonesians are familiar with this hazardous event. Such as annual flooding and forest fires. We experience it every year. It's repeated. And why it's always happen? Because maybe our mitigation plan is not working properly, is not the right or correct adoption or something like that. So adaptive strategies have been developed in this concept to ensure community well-being. Yeah, may works well for a small-scale disaster, but the community required more effective strategy to anticipate larger scale of disaster. This is the concept I'm trying to propose. Within the disaster risk reduction, we try to divide into 3 rounds. The first is early round of activities, and the second one is formal round of consultation, and then the end product. The end product is development plans. During this early round of the processes, the community has the opportunity to incorporate traditional knowledge, values, and practices into disaster-related development plans. And the community can persuade government that the community perspective in disaster management and recovering initiative are relevant to the government plan. This is in the early round. So collecting information on cultural attributes in the form of indigenous knowledge, local values and principles, and hereditary myths. Even the storytelling is very important, and we can accommodate during early round of activities. In the formal round, the experts are involved. The experts are involved, and they will be providing consideration. They are making a decision based on technical things. In the formal round activities, finally, with the help of experts, we can produce hazard maps, vulnerability maps, and capacity maps. And the end product is development plans. So development plan is the end product based on the early round of activities and formal round of consultation. Here we expect that cultural attributes together with technical consideration from the expert put together and put into this development plans. In the event that development are considered in areas subject to natural disasters, the primary focus is on the likelihood of the event with consideration of the potential consequences. This is what we expected from development plans. So this is again the example. If you see the picture here, there are many residential. It is about residential area near the cliff. The cliff is prone to landsliding. So when we have the good development plans, we can do a moratorium. So we expect people do not continue. The residential area must be stopped. And maybe some of the people should be mobilized to the another safe area. So moratorium in some places is very important. Another example is here in South Lombok, in the area what we call tourism area, super priority tourism area, government with local people establishing tsunami early warning system. And this tsunami early warning system, when the tsunami struck, or the potential of tsunami occurred in that area, there is early warning from authorities in the form of 3 languages. The local one, Bahasa Indonesia, and English, because that is the area is a very famous tourist destination. And finally, from the description before, I will try to make a conclusion as follows. A good thing is that the establishment of law number 24 in 2007 on disaster management triggering a paradigm change. This is good. Normally, we tend to give response and spontaneous approach. Now, we are starting to do some prevention and more focus on preparedness and disaster risk reduction. The second one is the existence of socio-cultural diversity in Indonesia, which causes multi-perception on natural disasters, the level of impacts or the number of casualties, and post-disaster management requires government to understand such cultural system to obtain information about community responses towards certain pattern of natural disasters along with their impacts. And another one, very important one, is disaster management actors must be competent and certified, have a fundamental understanding of the concept of disaster risk reduction, including readiness in the management of data and geospatial information. And the implementation of disaster risk reduction and infrastructure development planning, the government should accommodate local wisdom in the form of traditional attributes and values within the community, including the absorption of information about the history of disasters from indigenous people. The final one is a robust community engagement, which is mentioned in my proposed sketch. A robust community engagement and communication process enable community and the government to reach an agreement on risk acceptability as well as mitigation options. This is certainly a key aspect in the process of preparing strategies for disaster risk reduction. Finally, before I end this presentation, I would like to acknowledge some parties in the preparation of this paper. First, I would like to thank the GNS Science of New Zealand for their support during New Zealand Comparative Study Program in 2015 through the project of Strengthen Indonesian Resilience, Reducing Risk from Disasters. So we have learned much from this experience because New Zealand is an advanced country in terms of disaster risk management. My appreciation also addressed to Dr. Agung Setianto, my colleague, for his permission to adopt and translate the picture of disaster management cycle. And of course, to the area where I live, the West Lombok Public Works and Housing Office, who continuously collaborate with us during the research and activities related to disaster risk management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusron Saad, PhD, for the very insightful presentation. It is a very interesting topic because we know that disaster is very close to us also recently in Indonesia. Now we will go to the Q&A session. We have several questions in the chat room. First from Dr. Abdurrahman. Thank you very much, Dr. Yusron Saadi, for your interesting presentation. I would like to ask the following two questions. The first question, today's advances in information technology enable people to share any factual or false news about the disaster immediately through social media. Based on your experience, do you think social media can affect local wisdom of community in regions vulnerable to disaster?
Okay, that's a very interesting insight because nowadays social media is like a media mainstream. So we have to acknowledge the existence of social media. But the problem is, again, we have to be very careful the source of the news. For example, when I present the tsunami early warning system, the final decision to announce if there is a potential risk of tsunami should be from one single hand, from the authority. So sometimes social media give us false information. So in this case, we have to be very careful. We have to be certain that the information broadcast through social media is from the authority. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think maybe the question also asks about the social media. All people can share what they receive, not only from the authority. So you ask that the best should come from the one hand. Okay. The second question. You propose that the community requires a more effective strategy to anticipate larger scale disasters. Could you please give examples of more effective strategies in local scale in anticipating tsunami? Because BMKG has already issued public warnings about megatrust earthquake and tsunami.
Okay. In my presentation, I presented a picture of a tower of tsunami early warning system. We installed the tower based on the grant by National Agency of Disaster Management, BNPB. And we are working together with the BMKG, BMKG, BMKG. And that's why we call it authority with single decision. BMKG can issue a warning, the tsunami warning, but in that area where the tower installed, the authority to announce the warning should be from the local authority. And it is agreed between BMKG, BNPB, and also local BPBD in the area.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusron Saadi.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer from Mr. Abdurrahman. The third question comes from Mr. Amir Yosef from Nigeria. Dear Mr. Yusron, how active is the Indonesian Disaster Management Agency, BNPB, in infrastructural developments?
Well, one of the example I gave is in my presentation, and there are many infrastructure developed and installed by BNPB. The problem in Indonesia and maybe in other developing countries is vandalism. Vandalism. And when we are setting instrument in one remote area in one day, next day maybe something happens with the instrument. Yeah, so vandalism is very important barrier in developing, increasing knowledge on disaster mitigation. And this is a challenge also for us. We have to persuade, we have to approach community, local people to work together with us. Another good example is when you have evaporation pan, for example, to measure or the precipitation, to measure rainfall. Yeah. Next day you find it in the kitchen of people. They use it at frying pan. They use it as a domestic use. So what can you do? It is very, very unfortunate that low educated level of people many times is need to be, we have to take certain attention to them.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much for the answer and for the question. Mr. Joseph, do you have a next question? Or okay?
I think I'm satisfied with this answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I have a question, Dr. Yusron. In your presentation, you tell us about early round and the formal round. And we understand that it is quite difficult to convert heredity myth to disaster map, to risk map, and also disaster risk reduction for the final development plan. So how can we do that?
Well, Bu Retno, we recognize there is Musrenbang, ya, Musyawarah Perencanaan Pembangunan, ya. There is also MPBM, Musyawarah Pembangunan Berbasis Masyarakat. We recognize that, but I think it is mainly ceremonial one rather than technical one. Yeah, so you can say something. The informal leader can say something during the session, but that's it. Yeah, only ceremonial things. Only I mean to introduce yourself as a mayor, as a bupati, as a governor, and then you forget them soon after the session finish. What we need to do is how to make a formal session in inviting them who are familiar with the disaster in one area before we invite expert into the second round of consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. So I understand that rather than inviting the expert first and making map or making the line, so first we invite people, then we ask them about the idea, about the local wisdom, then after that we go to the formal round, right?
That's
yes.
Right.
Yes, yes, I understand. Then maybe could you please elaborate more, because I saw in your presentation about the blue line in New Zealand. Then you also tell us that it is one of the example that the local wisdom was considered in that disaster mitigation. So what they did in the New Zealand to make that blue line? So
the blue line, it's very easy things to see. Yeah. In the you can find it on the road. Yeah, so you understand the blue line separating the dangerous area and the safe zone, the dangerous zone and the safe zone. So when the tsunami struck, you know how to do. You know how to where side you choose, the dangerous area or the safe zone. Of course, you are going to select the safe zone, but it is the simple way to do. Yeah. Together with early warning system, when the tsunami struck, people going to leaving their house and trying to reach the line, and they are feeling safe. Only separating the line separate between the dangerous zone and the safe zone.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. I think what is the big homework for us Indonesian is how to make a good education for people, and especially the low education people also happen also in Jember. So do you have any approach or do you have any suggestion about how to educate the low education people if in the area we already give me like disaster risk mitigation, but as you said that people did the vandalism and others, so maybe you have any experience in North Lombok or other places about educating the people, Pak Yusron?
Well, educating the people is not easy one to do, but when you know the culture of them, when you know the local custom, maybe it's more easier when you plan to do something, when you propose to do something with technical things on it.
Yes, I understand. So the first thing is how we understand, we know well about the people, right, Pak Yusron? Okay, I think there are no question anymore from the participants. I would like to ask you to make a closing statement, Pak Yusron, for our session. Yes.
Thank you. Sometimes Bu Retno and participant, we are always thinking about advanced technology. Yeah, we always like the theme here, smart and innovative technology. But many times we forgot about the simple things. Many times, and what I give the example in North Lombok, it's very good example in all in many generation, years and years, they don't have any exception of that, and they follow it according to their great spirit. So government should preserve that and acknowledge it into some kind of policy. Yeah, it is a very valuable things. So don't forget about hereditary myths, local custom, local wisdom, cultural attributes. That's what I can say.
Yes. Thank you very much once again, Pak Yusron, for the very insightful presentation and very fruitful discussion. Hopefully we can meet in another occasion. Okay, I also thank all the participants for the good discussion this morning. Then I will close this session. I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony, Mr. Yusuf. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Yusron Saadi. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the discussion signifies the end of the final keynote speech today. And we will have a break until approximately 1 p.m. And this program will resume at 1 p.m. with parallel sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today's conference for the half day, and I'll see you again later. Thank you.
Tinggal main ini aja, ini ya. Tadi kita udah ngomong diputar. Tapi 3/4 kali dulu. Ya, kamu sih makan. Aku nih gini dulu. Yo. Yang ini di share juga kan? Partition ini nggak usah kan? Udah beres kan? Pos aja ya? Ini mas aja nanti kalau butuh. Nanti angkat di sana ya? Oh iya bisa loh. Pas. Nah bukan bikin itu. Oh gitu pak. Yang kau aja bi. Kalau kita ada. Oke. Nggak pakai ini terlalu di situ aja. Siap. Social distancing. Ini mas udah mulai kamar dulu. Udah mentok. Bukan apa. Begini. Iya di sini. Kamu record aja udah. Tinggal aja nggak? Bentar mas. Ya, kamu kalau mau denger dari sini bisa. Hah? Bisa. Cek. Dari belum? Cek. Mau pengeceknya belum? Kedengeran kan? Oh. Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, thank you for waiting for this closing ceremony. In a moment, the closing ceremony will get started and it will be closed by the head of the Department of Civil Engineering of Faculty of Engineering, UNS. However, before it gets started, I would like to announce an important thing that you must have been waiting for. That is announcing the best presenter. Now, the committee, would you please present the slide? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, I'm going to explain you the criteria, how the committee have selected the best presenters for this two-day seminar. The next slide, please. Okay, well, there are three major criteria that the committee has already decided. The first one is the presentation substance or the material. And the second one is based on your presentation media. And the last one is your skill in having presentations. So based on these three major criteria, finally, today, this afternoon, the committee has decided that there are 8 best presenters. Give applause. All right. It has been done through very hard decision, ladies and gentlemen, because all these 8 best presenters have the same scores. Applause once again. All right. Who are they? Now, would you please come to the next slide? The first one is Putu Tantri Kumalasari from the Institute of 10 November Technology of 10 November or ITS Surabaya. And the second one is Windu Partono from Universitas Diponegoro or Undip Semarang. Number 3, Muhammad Ibnu Samsi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, UMY. And the fourth one is Dimas Yosi Priambodo from Universitas Indonesia, UI. And the next one is Erwin Lim from Institut Teknologi Bandung, ITB. And next, Heri Sulistiono from Universitas Mataram, UNRAM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Number 7 is Ida A. Nomleni from Universitas 11 Maret, UNS. Okay, and this is the last but not the least. Who is he or she? Fatia Hasakitaningrum from Universitas Indonesia, UI. Okay, I would like to congratulate specifically for University of Indonesia because there are 2 of members winning the best presenters for this today conference. And I would like, of course, congratulate to you all the 8 best presenters for winning you to be the best presenters. All of you, the 8, will get the certificates for having been the best presenters today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have the closing ceremony. This 2-day conference will be closed by the head of the Department of Civil Engineering of Faculty of Engineering of UNS, Dr. Niken Silmi Suryandari. Now, Ibu Niken, the stage is yours now.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we the first international conference on rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering. Okay, I will. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear ladies and gentlemen, finally, we reached the peak of the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering. On behalf of the Civil Engineering Department, 11 Maret University, allow me to use this opportunity in thanking our keynote and invited speakers whose invaluable insight have nourished our knowledge. We are also grateful to more than 100 presenters and moderators who have participated in the parallel sessions. To the general public, we really appreciate your presence and active participation and addressing questions to our speakers. We do hope that this event serves as a moral booster for all of us to keep on conducting research and exploring state-of-the-art technologies for rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering. Hopefully, the experience and knowledge shared will lead to more innovations in our respective areas of specialization. The conference is held once in 3 years, with the Civil Engineering Department 11 Maret University as main organizer. In the future organization of the ICRMCE Conference, we have to have more international participants taking part and sharing their experiences in this event. We also wish to maintain a solid and lasting relationship with academicians from several campuses in Indonesia, such as Mataram University, Ponegoro University, Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta University, Jenderal Sudirman University, UPN Veteran East Java, and Jember University. We hope that this cooperation is sustained for the success of future ICRMCE. I would like to thank the sponsors, PT Hutama Karya, PT Adikarya, PT Waskita Karya, PT Wijaya Karya, and PT Wikarekayasa Konstruksi, and our media partner Sipilpedia for their generous support. We cannot thank them enough. Also, our deepest gratitude goes to the entire organizing committee and reviewers involved in supporting the success of this event. Even though this year's ICRMCE is being held online, we are hoping that the next ICRMCE is being held offline in Lombok Island, where we could have a face-to-face meeting while exploring the beauty of Indonesia. Keep the fire burning and don't stop innovating. See you at the 6th ICRMCE 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niken. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the two-day conference of the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering. Hopefully, this program is fruitful to all of us. Thank you for having joined this conference, and see you again in the next ICRMCE conference. I'm Yusuf Kurniawan. I do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you and goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I would like to remind, ladies and gentlemen, those participants who are registered as the participants of tomorrow's discussion. I would like to remind you that tomorrow's discussion will start at 10 to 8, but you are required to register first, starting at 7:30 a.m. Thank you.
Pernah dua semester itu kita melakukan offline dan memang sudah sesuai dari nilai sudah keluar, artinya performance selama dia bagus ya. Terus kedua performance membuat proposal ini memang ada ya, jadi waktu itu memang cukup banyak exercise.
With rehabilitation and maintenance. Rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering is as important as planning and designing. Rehabilitation is defined as the effort to regain building and infrastructure's function once defected or weakened, while maintenance is the effort to keep the building and infrastructure working as planned. The Department of Civil Engineering 11 Maret University, in collaboration with the Department of Civil Engineering Mataram University, proudly present to you the 5th International Conference on Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering, Advanced Research and Technology for Rehabilitation and Maintenance in Civil Engineering.
Civil Engineering Department of University, in collaboration with other university partners,
cuma kita bayar hotel nggak saya malam tidur kompor kecil di rumah gorengan
in Civil Engineering or ICRMC. This conference is initially scheduled to hold offline in Mataram, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Indonesia. However, due to the escalating COVID-19 outbreak and the need for social distancing, we finally decided to shift the conference online.
This conference is providing a forum for researchers, academicians, government agencies, consultants, and constructors to exchange technological advancement and innovation regarding rehabilitation and maintenance of buildings and infrastructures. The previews for ICRMCE were successfully held in 2009, 2012, 2015, and the last one 2018, respectively. We hope that the ongoing conference will be a success and will serve as a positive step forward in the future. Stay healthy and we look forward at the conference.
The Civil Engineering Study Program, University of Mataram, was born on November 8, 1991. The Department of Civil Engineering is supported by field of expertise of lecturers is divided into 5, 4 which are lab-based, plus the field of expertise in construction management. Until 2018, 2,243 civil engineering graduates have graduated. Civil Engineering Diponegoro University was established in 1958 to meet the needs of civil engineering experts in Semarang. The curriculum for the Bachelor of Civil Engineering program at Diponegoro University is designed so that graduates are able to understand the concepts. The Department of Civil Engineering Universitas Jember is part of its Faculty of Engineering. At this time, the Civil Engineering Undergraduate Study Program is accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Universitas Jenderal Sudirman. The Department of Civil Engineering was established simultaneously with the Bachelor of Engineering program, which was the forerunner of the Faculty of Engineering, UNSUR. Civil Engineering UPN Veteran East Java has facilities in the form of 5 laboratories. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. UMY's Civil Engineering Study Program is one of the first study programs held when Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta was established in 1981 and has received the accreditation of Grade A. Utama Karya is a construction company whose shares are 100% owned by the government of the Republic of Indonesia through the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises or BUMN as shareholder. ADI's status as a limited liability company encourages ADI to continue to provide the best for every stakeholder during the development of ADI and the growing construction industry in Indonesia. The intensity of competition and price wars between the construction industries has made the company redefine its vision and mission. PT Waskita Karya Tbk, a state-controlled company, is an Indonesian general contractor engaged in a wide range of construction activities including highways, bridges, buildings, facilities. PT Wijaya Karya Rekayasa Konstruksi or Wikarekon is a subsidiary of PT Wijaya Karya Persero Tbk or Wika, which is designed to be an integrated, aggressive, innovative, and professional company.
A building is inseparable with rehabilitation and maintenance. Rehabilitation and maintenance in civil engineering is as important as planning and designing. Rehabilitation is defined as the effort to regain building and infrastructure's function once defected or weakened, while maintenance is the effort to keep the building and infrastructure